Yeah, I turned off alerts and sound effects. I only get like one first playthrough of this, so, you know. We can get started though. Normal. Hopefully the camera's not hard to use with this emote. Oh, Faber. That one's loud. Game takes place in Japan with native Japanese characters. There's been an effort to translate the game, but please be aware that not only will the characters be speaking their... Okay, whatever. Just a thing. Fatal Frame, I think of the survival horror franchises, Fatal Frame's the creepiest one.
まどか、なんか思い出せた？
You guys will have to read.
ずいぶん前のことだし。私たち5人が映っていたのは
It's not
確
a
か
true
にこの
story.
建物ね。ねえ、美咲、本当にここに来ればよかったのかな？写真の場所でも何も思い出せなかったし。もう帰ろう。私の言う通りにしてればいいの。まどかもあんな風になりたいの？そう、私たちを見てしまった。次は私たちの番だ。神隠しにあった5人が順番に。やめて！
Apparently seeing some picture means they'll be next. That's what I got out of that.
そういえばこの感じ。どこに連れて行くの？連れて行かないで。
Where'd she go? Oh, someone's gone.
美咲。
Oh, there you go, Memstress. Examine. Photographs are littered inside the drawer and on top of the shelf. All the photos are faded and it's impossible to know what they're taken of. Crap. Run. The Z button to run. Turning. Use the nunchuck and you can turn around. Take the Wiimote to do a 180 turn. The button. Good old CD loading. Saki's flashlight?
これ。
Flashlight is used to examine items that are in the dark. Use the Wiimote to control. Control the flashlight by moving the Wiimote in any direction of the Wiimote determines where your flashlight will shine. Saki isn't here.
美咲。美咲。
God, this is weird. Locked from the inside. Saki?
こに鍵があるかも。
Oh? Can you... FPS during the loading. New friend? Like, it feels like I can move up and down the Wiimote. I decide. It's really awkward. We'll see how it goes when we're actually, like, dealing with something. Quester Upper. Follow the friendly ghosts. Oh? Nobody's here. There are many different objects that you can examine while in the room. These objects will react to your and turn blue when your flashlight illuminates them. Hope stuff isn't too hard to find. Hold A. Reach out your hand. A button. Release the A button, you can retract your hand. Well, that's gonna... something. Later. I left the museum key on my desk for you. Please take care to lock the doors when you close for the night, as there are valuable exhibits on display. Hey man from Uganda. Ivy pattern key. Ivy pattern is carved on the small key. Aso Museum is carved on it. This is the key to the Aso Museum. The room I saw Misaki enter. You can open the menu by pressing the minus button. The menu screen, you can view the map, use items, and review notes and files. Open the map, pressing the plus button. Want to go back there. Something. There's some. Trying to figure out how this blue thing on the right works, because there's something somewhere. On the other side of glass, a stack of nurse clothing and equipment is piled up.
名前が書いてある。
Names are written. Is that the thing I could do? Okay, the little indicator's gone, so maybe that was the thing I could do. Sounds great. Relaxing music.
思い出したくない。早くここから出ないと。美咲を探さないと。
Let's find Misaki. It said I could turn around with the... Oh, I can shake either the Wiimote or the nunchuck. Yeah, some FPS drops. I think it's loading or something. Hey, Mr. J. Uh-oh.
先
Running away? There are books in the display case. Most cannot be read, but in places the name Kanukiko Aso is visible. He's the guy whom I think made the camera and the other ghost detecting stuff. Dr. Aso's note. There are shadows that can only be seen by mediums. The thoughts of the dead linger in certain locations in order to reveal these trails that lead to the spirit world. After many prototypes, the camera obscura was developed. However, it appears to need further improvement. As a result of my investigations into the masks of Rogetsu Island, I have made use of the materials and resources here to make a film plate. It is very likely that this will prove useful in my research into the camera obscura. I am now convinced that a power exists that exceeds my expectations, and that it is related to the strong effect the photographing the shadows has on them. A medium would probably say this comes close to exorcism. My personal experience on this island have significantly influenced my arrival at this bold belief. I was asked to donate a single camera obscura to the main collection. I do not think that this island will need the power of the camera obscura. I hope it is unnecessary. With this typewriter, though, can we save? Ah. This is a fan translation, yes. Okay. The camera obscura captures images of unseen things which are then sealed inside. A vengeful spirit appears. You can trap it inside the camera obscura by photographing it. By pushing the B button, you can ready the camera obscura, and when the camera is ready, press the A button to take a picture. When the camera is readied, if you continue to hold down the Z button when a ghost is in the center of the screen, you can lock onto the ghost. Vanished. It vanished just then. Who was that? Spooky Pokemon Snap. Salmon. The glass is cracked and the humidity has made the books illegible. I like the little, like, because of the way the flashlight works, that they have a little blue indicator, which I hope is going to work on every item, because it would be hard to find things. Intro character is probably dead now. Or save photo album. Sure, why not? You want to edit new. Wait, what's the point of this? What button is Z? Oh, you can just save photos, I guess. Any you some reason really want to.
誰も覚えていないことは存在しないことになるのだろうか。私には
No
小
memories.
さい頃の記憶がない。私がいた島のこと、住んでいた家のこと、そして父のことも。私たちが神隠しにあった以前のことは何も思い出せない。一緒に見つかった4人もあの時のことは覚えていない。かすかに思い出せるのは一つの旋律。いつもここで途切れてしまう。音楽とともによみがえる記憶のかけら。この記憶はあれが老月と2人の友達が死んだ。マリエとトモエ。神隠しにあったうちの2人。まどかは美咲と島に行くと私に告げ、戻ってない。
あの島へは近寄らないで、ルカ。お母さん、知らない方がいいことがあるの。
でも私は確かめたい。あの時何があったのか。そして失った記憶の先に何があるのか。
Insulate. Ruka. Looks like a nice place. I think the the Wiimote actually doesn't go side to side, just goes up and down. I think you just turn. At least in this game. Have a map? Probably get here to get the camp. Whoa. Just now, a picture in my head. This place, I remember it faintly. There's a bell and a pen holder on the reception desk. The gilt surface of the bell is peeling off and it doesn't chime anymore. Get receptionist without the bell. Yeah, Nintendo. If you examine the lantern with the A button, you can save your data. Okay, so these are saves. So I guess there were she and or four other girls were kidnapped a long time ago, and I think we met two of them in the intro, and I think they're dead now. So I think they're all, and she mentioned two others being dead, so I'm guessing she's the last. What game is this? This is Fatal Frame 4. Or Project 04. Because it was never actually released in Europe or North America. All these stairs are divided by an ornate gate. There's a memo caught on the gate. Something is written on the notebook. It looks like Madoka's writing. Since the silhouette of Rangatsu Island became visible, my heart has been aching. I don't remember anything about when I was on the island, but I feel like I'm suffocating. Just as Misaki said, something might be on the island. Misaki suddenly said he was going to Rogetsu Island, and I came along because I was worried about her. I'm afraid Misaki was tricked to going to the island. She wouldn't tell me her reason for going back. As soon as we got closer to the island, Misaki was staring at it coldly. If I take my eyes off her, then we'll quickly be separated, and Marie and Tomoe, if I'm not with Misaki, then what might? That's who we were just playing as. No. Uniko Aso Museum. Is this where Madoka went? Ciao. Seems to be a newspaper clipping. It talks about a disappearance. Suspicious deaths of a mass of Rogetsu Islanders yesterday afternoon at 4:30 p.m. when the captain of the ship Oboromaru arrived at Rogetsu Island port. He reported that many of the islanders had been killed. At the time of the discovery, the police were concerned that the group had been infected by an epidemic since they were found in horrific state covering their faces with their hands. Jim? Where are the remaining islanders? Traces of remaining islanders have been seen on the island, but the survivors have yet to be discovered. At the same time as the book bodies are recovered by the police, the search will continue. Despite the fact that many of the islanders are dead or missing, there is no evidence of an accident or struggle. The islanders appeared to have suddenly disappeared at the scene, and police have announced that the necks of the bodies were unnaturally twisted. Beach out. Dust has been wiped off the fallen notebook, like someone touched it recently. Rogetsu Island is historically known as the island nearest the underworld, as has long been feared. However, times have changed. Rogetsu Archipelago seems to no longer be the kind of place that is closed off to outsiders. Once there was some kind of great disaster that destroyed the island, but it has started to recover. And so I do have Visage from Strom, but I mean, you could redeem it whenever, I guess. But then we'll just have to figure out a time. Island, instead of disliking an unusual person like me, they introduced me to valuable cultural Rogetsu Aguro ritual and the island's many beautiful cloud and moon carvings. I seemed to be welcomed by the islanders to the point where it began to overwhelm me. I came to this island in search for material for my camera specific to this island's region. On Rogetsu Island, the moon is considered a religious object. On the island, when the moon is inside the sun, as with the eclipse, memory and personality and consequently the soul are revealed. It is thought that the soul remains even after the body is gone in the other world, and that the moon is the doorway to this other world. The moon is certainly a symbol of the other world. The souls of the dead return to the island during the Kagura dance, and this is the main function of the islands. Bride maidens wear masks during the ritual, and it is believed at this time that the moon makes contact between this world of the dead. Mask connected to the other world. There is more than one variety of mask. Various types are used. By examining these masks, I will surely make great advances into my research of the other world. Old camera. Camera obscura. Memo underneath the camera. It looks like Madoka's writing. Rogetsu is just past. Hall is just past here. Since I came to the island, my dizziness has gotten worse. The air doesn't move. It hurts to breathe. The scent of this place. Till now, things like scents, music made me remember the things I had forgotten. Like the time when Ruka let me listen to the song she made. Although I remember some things, they aren't clear. Things like a sense of touch or pain, these words are just too vague. But this time it's different. From deep within me, a huge dark mask is going to come out. Someday I'll break through my mind. At least it will be fine if I wait until Ruka gets here. Well. Filament. The indicator on the top of the display is called ghost filament. It shines to point out the direction where spiritual energy is. Will shine red to indicate aggressive and wandering ghosts, and blue to indicate other ghosts. The indicator on the lower right is called the item filament. It will shine blue in front of an item or examinable object. That's how you're gonna sneak up on me like that. Whole newspaper article seemingly reporting Dr. Aso's visit. Could it be about the creation of this room? Recently, the renowned expert on paranormal science, Dr. Kunihiko Aso, has come to visit Rogetsu Island. It has been the doctor's longtime wish as a folklore expert to visit our island and study our traditions. Furthermore, he plans to travel to the island tomorrow to observe the Rogetsu Kagura. Due to the occasion, many visitors from the mainland are expected to visit. Subsequent to his visit, the room at Rogetsu Hall where Dr. Aso currently resides will be left open to the public as a reference study room. Oh god. You're gonna like stare at me through doorways and then drug me? Won't open, I don't have the key. Camera obscura reacted. Maybe if I take a photo, the camera, something will happen. Taking hint photos. During a stage, if you encounter a strange fog, snap a photo. Taking a picture of the fog will cause something else to appear in the picture. The images that appear are important clues to advancing the story. Ooze. Decorative masks. 5 masks are hanging on a wall. Oh, I see. Is this here before? Touch it. Blue crystals. And strengthen the basic abilities of the camera obscura by gathering blue crystals. Open the menu of the camera obscura from the upgrade camera screen. The base. Power, speed, reload, capacity, spirit power. $30 crystals. Afford any of this. You can kind of just... The item indicator is good, because then you don't have to worry about missing things with your flashlight. Okay. Oh. Just waving. She's just trying to greet me. There you are. Oh, we got nurses. It vanished. Was that just now? Looked like a nurse, but is that the power of the camera? I was not expecting that. I don't know what just... Okay. Don't shake the Wiimote when that... We need something with 5 masks. Here's 3. Want the ghost nurse picture for your wallet? Yeah, I'm using stuff. Playing this on a Wii U. That's why I would get some frame loss, I guess. Probably frame losses during loading on the Wii also, I would assume. The Wii U should be more powerful. Three masks again. Save here. I only hope like Nintendo puts all the Fatal Frames on the Switch. That would be amazing. Map. This is where the intro characters started. They came through here. I don't... Well, we'll find out, I guess. Right now, this character is not in any of the previous ones. As far as I can tell. But yeah, a lot of people haven't seen this one because it was only released in Japan. I didn't even know about it for quite a long time. Board is covered in dust, and there seems to be a menu written it up, so the letters are almost completely unreadable. Thing behind it, though. Hello. Man in kitchen. In kitchen. Said. Oh, I don't trust this. Oh wait, does it have a door that closes? Madoko's memo. Scraps of a notebook have been placed in the piano. It seems Madoka wrote this. I will just write something. Anything is good, but if I don't write anything, it will just go away. If I don't write, I forget. If I don't write, it's all over. I forget what, but it's all coming to an end. Coming closer, slowly. It's coming closer. Melting. Mother, help me, help. Everybody treats me like a toy. Stop shaking. Oh? Power up blast lens. By equipping power-up lenses on the camera obscura, you can inflict many harmful effects on ghosts. In your menu, go to the camera obscura section and select power-up lenses. There will be lenses available for you to equip. To use the lenses, press the C button once you've accumulated enough power. Is this a C button? Yeah, that's a C button. Power is gained something during a fight. You could use I like how the translation's under the picture. Use the lenses you have equipped. You can also switch lenses using up and down button on the D-pad. Lenses you have equipped. Okay. Close enough. I know what it means. Oh, we got auto aim in this game. Nurse that forgot key. Something here. Stone mirror. That'll revive me if I die. Projector. Could use this to play a film reel. Got film reels again. Blue crystals. How's that? Cloudy moon carved key. There's a small key attached to the carved wooden token. Yeah, all the way back over there. Guide board. Under the key is a board with something printed on it. Entrance hall, second floor gates, instructions on opening. First switch on the control panel in the storeroom under the large staircase in the entrance hall. Secondly, the big door opens with the number 13. Take note not to operate it without permission from the management office. Table? Wait. 5 masks. Masks hang on the wall. Something appears similar. Something similar appears in the photo. One is missing. Oh? Oh, you little... Damn it. I wanted them points. But he ran. This is running. I disabled the sound effects today. I disabled the alerts also. Only gave one first playthrough. The broken shelf is in pieces, blocking the hallway. Well, you still earn your rags. You can save them for later. It'll be a, you know, a good for you guys. Man standing in the garden. I don't even see him. But I guess I got him. Death of the last survivor. There was an old newspaper article stuck in the case. Death of the last survivor of mass disappearance. At 10 a.m. today, it was announced that the hospitalized girl, the last survivor in the case of a group of disappearances that occurred on Rogusko Island, has died. The cause of death was shock compounded by physical frailty. Ailco. Kind of, wish I checked those. Could go back and check those doors. I'm gonna guess they're locked. Yeah, I already played the new Amnesia. But I like to be thorough about my map. So I should check those 2 doors. Oh, yeah, that's a projector, I know. New Amnesia is okay. I'm not impressed with either Amnesia, I guess, but... And I guess I didn't play the middle one, but... It was alright. I wouldn't say either Amnesia's scary, at least, I don't know, maybe they were at one point. They just feel kind of dated. Okay, that door's locked as I expected. Honestly, the first one's a walking simulator. I actually had to use resources more in the second one. Okay, this is an elevator. The first one, like, I just, like, had, like, 80 Tinders at one point. The second was a little bit harder, I would say. I basically was able to light up the entire end game. Yeah. Like, I didn't use anything. And it... Not afraid of anything, yeah. I mean, I think Fatal Frame games are creepy. I'm not a huge... Like, jump scares don't hit me as hard as I guess some people. But, you know, sometimes you get, like, chills or something. I don't know if anyone ever that happens, but... It'll make me scream. Okay. Rogetsu Kagura dance. You'd like to. Gonna quote Martian Gothic while making me scream. Oh god. I like how it puts the, like, door you can unlock on the map. Hello? Yeah, aiming up quickly is a little hard. That wasn't too bad, actually. I'm expecting, like, when I have to aim up and down for things to be a total meme. Oh, let's use this save point. Well... Oh. Say it fails, say oily rag. God. Let's see here. So you need crystals no matter what. What do the points do in this game? Do they do anything? He used. I love tiny claustrophobic rooms. Mysterious disappearance case. Seems a newspaper clipping and talks about a disappearance. Mystery of the group disappearance case deepens. 2 weeks have passed since the investigation, and the islanders' whereabouts are still unknown. The group disappeared on Rogetsu Island during summer, and even from the start of the investigation, there were fears the search would be discontinued. The islanders' cause of death is also still unknown. It has been ascertained that the group did not contract the plague. However, there is no specific cause of death. Officials have said that there is a suspected connection with the covering their faces with their hands and their contorted and twisted facial expressions. Thing wrapped in cloth leaning against a wall. Object looks like it might contain the torso of a person. Just the torso? There is a control panel with a row of numbered switches. 113. 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. 21 minus 8 is 13, right? That's not how it works. Oh, now we got a 3. That would have been 2. I did it. Right when something seems to have moved. Whoa. Who's that phone ringing? Oh. Look at this stuff first. Picked up a pamphlet. Once every 10 years, on Rogetsu Island, the Rogetsu Kagura dance, the island's biggest ritual, is performed. The highlight of the festival is held at the Lunar Eclipse Hall. A shrine maiden called Utsuruwa, meaning vessel, and the handmaidens called Enaid, meaning accompanist, lead roles in the mysterious dance. Thank you for visiting Rogetsu Island. We advise tourists from the outside of the island to share the island's vast history with friends and family. Alright. Hello? Give it back. I can hear it in the Wiimote. The hell? Fish? Fish are good. You guys wouldn't have been able to hear it though. Yes, they have a speaker. Couldn't see it. Yeah, well, like black on black. Oh. It actually makes a sound when I use the camera on the Wiimote as well. Weird. To the... So yeah, the Wiimote doesn't really go left and right as far as I can tell, but obviously... Yep. Okay, this is where... We went up here to find a key. the other girl. That other area. The ghosts went this way, which is probably the way we go, which means I go this way first. Locked. Expected that. That looks great. Well, that's what Fatal Frame 5 did, Mr. J. Management office. Not Tsubata is written. There's a gap in the curtains, but the room is obscured by darkness. Yeah, Fatal Frame 5 I have. Oh, that. I also have the remake of Fatal Frame 2 for the Wii, which I'll probably get to eventually. It's probably not as good as the original Fatal Frame 2, as my understanding. Old charts, records, files. Greeting woman. Well, thanks for the greeting, I guess. Hey Zelgi, I turned him off. For this game. Papers are soaked and cannot... It was been... Madoka's Memo 4. It looks like a piece of the notebook. It seems Madoka wrote it. When I look at my face, I don't understand what it's becoming. Don't know my own face. My face know my face. Two people the same. Hey, why aren't both these doors on the map? Guessing one of them is going to be blocked and... Door is firmly shut, the doorknob rotten and fallen off, the door cannot be opened. Child disappearing into room. They give you a lot of time for that one. Regain full health. Yeah, you can hear like you equip your camera like on this. Making me scream all the voice line. What's this camera angle for? The room is cluttered with things which have been collected from elsewhere. Don't grab me. Blue crystal. Boy's diary. Diary full of scribbles is left here. April 6th. Rain. Today I found it again. This time it happened to be in the dining room. It was the mask. They can't take it away. They aren't allowed to. They have to give it back. I found it today. I hid the mask well, under the bed. They won't take it again. They came and took it. Don't follow me. They're not supposed to follow him? Sure nothing good's gonna come of this. Oh, hi, little boy. Fatal frame. Inky. Well, I have the weakest film. I haven't found any other film, though. Child's Diary. It isn't here. Someone stole it. If they don't return it soon, I'll disappear fast. Who was it? Give it back. Give it back. Give it back. Give it back. Disappear. Give it back. Old mask fell under the bed. Oh, take it. We're gonna have to go back to the dining room. Oh, more things. Interview with Himiko Kiria. Tape recorder. I picked up recorder. Can I just... records? Media? Calls. Tape.
テープ回りました。どうですか、気分の方は。
わかりません。気がつくと廊下にいて、月が見えて、月を見ると少し落ち着くんです。
いつからですか。
前の祭りの後からです。祭りが終わってもまだあの感覚が続いているような。
それはどういう。
どんどん自分が溶けてなくなって、何か忘れてはならないことがあったのに、何かを忘れたことも思い出せなくなっているような気がするんです。
そうか。まずこの薬を。安心してください。必ず解放に向かいます。
あの音楽は何です。あの音楽を聴くたびにまた、やめてください。やめて。
わかりました。あなたには特別な治療をしましょう。
What the hell's going on?
院長、院長、連れて行け。あ、はい。
Type 14 film. The higher type of film. Okay. More damage you'll inflict. By using the D-pad arrows, dynamically change them. So let's see. Left and right. The radio. Inside the closet are books. Crystal radios are scattered about. They're all broken, and I probably couldn't use them. Thought you were broken. Alright then. It's, I don't know, picking up ghost stuff, I think. We got the mask, which we have to take back to the kitchen. And check down here, though. Equipped function alarm. Installing equipped functions to the camera obscura, the spirit stone flashlight. Various features are added. When you obtain equipped function, it is automatically added to the camera or flashlight. Go to the menu camera, choose the functions that you'd like to equip. However, measure and avoid do not work with the flashlight. His first playthrough. Blink to show a ghost fatal frame moment. This is probably locked. Hey. Spooky. What do I see? Red crystals. Red crystals, you can strengthen the effectiveness of your lenses for the camera. Obscure by collecting these fragments. Go to the menu or up. I don't think you can develop the film in this game. Like, that was in Fatal Frame 3, you could develop film and it would give you clues and stuff. But in Fatal Frame 3, you'd come back to your home all the time. In this game, I don't think that's going to be part of it. So we found... we gotta go back to here. It's a decent map. Damn it. Off the railing. Man plastered against window. That he is. Door was unsealed. You know, one thing I have to wonder about this girl is why did she wear this, like, this yellow dress on a boat to a deserted island? Because it's hot. Yes. She wasn't going to a party. Looking for her, like, possibly dead friends. Wants to die in a pretty dress. It's opened. Masks with various facial expressions are lined up. The names are below each mask. We're not very far into it, Serge. Names. Probably the names of the mask maker. The FPS. Uh-oh. Don't do it. Whoa. Uh-oh.
私
The moon. We're trying to find our friends, and we just found one. Apparently her and 4 of her friends, or 4 other girls, were all kidnapped, but they don't remember much about it. And now she's the last one, the character you're playing. Like, the intro you start as the girl that we just found. Oh no, wait. You started as...
やめてよ
We were this is the one we played as. Not the one we just found. No, wait, we did play as Madoka. Misaki's the one who disappeared.
こっち 忘れたの忘れたの ここは
This is the other girl that was here. So this is the one who disappeared for the other character in the prologue. Apparently she's not dead yet. How many camera obscuras are there? This is the camera I brought from home. Oh, she had her own one. When did it fall down? The notebook tells about the camera. When did it get here? This prototype camera obscura, as proof of our research, is entrusted to descendants of the Aso family. This is the first successful copy of the camera obscura that I've thought of as a strong example of my work. The first solid step toward conclusive evidence of the theory of my predecessor and I. It hasn't been attempted, but my theory that images of the dead may be sealed inside the film is feasible. However, Shinto priests and shrine maidens are sensitive to spirits, and it has a strong effect on them. The prohibition of its use is expected.
私の家にあった過去を映すカメラこれで なくした記憶の手がかりがつかめるはず。まどかはどこ？
So you're not dead yet. Or maybe she is. Maybe we're back in time. I don't know. Where am I supposed to go with her, though? That's the question. Where's that sound coming from? Well, you'd think because they kind of expected something. Like, they didn't expect nothing. That they would have worn something more for exploring, but... An old journal lies here. The children keep playing pranks, opening and closing the door to the second floor ward. The door's release code is periodically changed, but it somehow keeps getting leaked. It seems that the password game, as they call it, is becoming popular with the children. In the game, the door's release code is written somewhere. A hint is given, and they make a game searching for it. They were given a harsh scolding, and please note that the director has said to be more careful with the management office's door in the future. If the door is opened, I fear the patients may wander away. To prevent an incident like that from happening again, if you see the code scribbled anywhere, please erase it. What's happening in here? Budget. Evade. Right. Madoka's voice. It's a nurse call from room 203. I wonder if Madoka is in this room. It seems to adjust the numbers on the device. We don't have a password, as far as I know. Didn't I pick up? What did I pick up? Kinda... Oh, I picked up a function. Crystal. Second floor room assignment list. Occupants of the Rogetsu Hall of August 1970. 1970? When does this take place? Room 203, Harazuki. Month of Purity, Madoka Tsukimori. Special note. Patient is introverted, and it seems that other patients of her age is bullying her. Please keep an eye on her. From 204 in Getsu, Mouth of Shadows, Yori Aiba? Special notes. Previous to the death of Miss Inamura, patient was to be moved to Ibara Hospital proper. However, she confined herself in her room and refused to leave. We were required to exercise force to move the patient. Be prepared in case of future infractions. Getsu, month of rain. 5 special notes. As there is no reaction when she looks in the mirror, she is not yet budding. However, her emotions and actions are very unstable due to deterioration, extremely unstable from worsening of memory loss. Please monitor her carefully. Shogetsu, month of focus. Special notes. Terrible stealing habit, does not heed warnings. Please make a report if you find anything. Reclaiming the stolen property will anger him unnecessarily, but if you ask him politely, he won't resist and will return items. So, month of orchids, Ayako. Special notes, strongly aggressive personality. Her cruel pranks of 10 cause problems and injuries for the staff, including she cut my ear with a knife. Please monitor each person carefully. It's too scary for you. I mean, it's a pretty creepy game, I guess. The thing somewhere. Oh, it's just this. I don't know where I'm trying to go right now. No, we need a password. I guess we'll just see where it'll... Wait, why am I aiming so high? Reload! No! That was an easy one, too. Door's locked. Rip points. This door was locked before. I'm gonna guess it still is. Yep. Best ceiling shot ever, yeah. Oh boy. How are you supposed to get that? Oh. No! You bastards. Let's see. In here. Picture is drawn in crayon. Looks like it's drawn by a child. The drawing of a clock. I saw this somewhere. Something else here? There it is. I don't remember where the clock was. There's a clock. Notice referred patient. Something is written on paper. Note to all employees. A new patient, Ayako, will be admitted to room 207 of the Rogetsu Hall this weekend. Ayako is being referred by Dr. Haibara. Therefore, we want to exercise the utmost care to make her stay at our institution as pleasant as possible. Everybody, please treat Ayako with the greatest consideration. Crystals. Phases of the moon are on the face of an old-fashioned clock rather than numbers. There are strange gashes across the base. Feel a strong presence. Take a picture. The camera is said to have mystical power. Eight 395. That's not where I want to go. Wait, this isn't where I want to go either. It's locked anyway. This is where I want to go. Jesus. Nurse asking for help. The words open and closed are written here. These dials probably adjust to the numbers. Whoa. You actually have to spin the Wiimote around. Was now the wire's all twisted. Door to the second floor ward is opened. 1702. Not Misaki's toy? Nurse! Combo. I assume that this character is not going to be dying immediately like the first character. Probably have two characters we're going to be switching between a lot. There it is. No, fix camera, it's over the shoulder. Female patient note. An old letter fell out of the crack in the door. When you see this, I will no longer be in this world. When my mother gave birth to me, she died, in order to let me live, to protect me. My father and brother died in an accident to protect me. What kept me alive after their deaths is the memory I have of them, and the terrible guilt I feel for still being alive. This illness is robbing me of even that. The family that only exists in my memory is slowly being killed off. I can't take it anymore, living while slowly losing the memories of those people who were dearest to me. Still, the most frightening thing is losing the guilt I feel. I'm not afraid of killing my family once again. I will leave this world with what little memories I have left, as long as I am still me. Hey, baby pie. Computer crashed. What am I... Let's try this door. Powerful. That voice, was it Madoka? Door is locked. Okay. No, don't touch me. There's two ghosts. They like keep screaming a little bit longer in the Wii mode. It's really weird. Room with books. There are so many books. I already found something here. Maybe over here? Yes? No? What am I missing here? Woman hanging by neck. That's what that note was about. Oh, I can go in here. Doesn't sound like I want to be in here. What? That's the little boy's room that we killed with the other girl. Alright, where can we go? We need a room with books. Which, I think there's one down here somewhere. Oh, damn it. No. Wiimotes. Why? Well, most of the time there's no jump scare. It's the threat of the jump scare that's the point of it, I think. One of these, I think. Yeah, this room has books, right? Archive? Sounds like it's gonna have books. How was that? Creepy dolls. Hey, hon. Going pretty good. I don't want hugs. Whoa. That was cheap. I don't have any heals on her. Uh-oh. Help. power up. Would have been nice to have that before. Adds knockback effect. Sounds okay. Purified moon room key. This is the key to the room Madoka entered. Go back upstairs. What else is that supposed to be? Need mood room music? We're fine. Why does it always aim so high? There we go. Woman standing before mask. Gotta try to, like, I don't know, aim down or something. Black mask fragment, left eye. Notes about black mask. On this island, there is a Kagura during the lunar eclipse. On the day of the lunar eclipse, the minds of the living lean towards death, and the souls of the dead come forth from the gate of the underworld. The moon symbolizes the soul on the island, and it is thought that the lunar eclipse eats away at the soul. In the literal I read, it mentioned a mask called the Mask of the Lunar Eclipse that was once used in the festival of this island. There is some very old fragmented literature about the Black Mask that caused the disaster the day without suffering long ago. Tried asking the head of the influential island family about it, and he wouldn't tell me anything, and his facial expression was one of terrible fright. On this island, touching the mask is considered serious taboo. Even though it's risky to offend the islanders, I want to see it with myself, with my own eyes, and to examine it myself. Perhaps it is a powerful clue which will lead to the other world. There's a little house up there. Fallen girl. Oh. What the? Girl looking down. There was something there. I saw a vision of the past. Better not still be in here, nurse. She's in here. Oh, I haven't found a single heal with her. Oh, not happy about that. The other character has a bunch. Well, hopefully nothing kills us in here. 223,000 left. I can buy stuff at the save point? Wait. No wonder I'm having problems. Well, I'm not really having problems yet, but she is low on health. What's this, RE4? Buy stuff? That must be, like, I was like, what are the points for if I can't upgrade with them? Oh, stopping. 10,000. Why can't I buy this other stuff? Yuck. I'll try not using... Well, I just saved, so if there is a fight here and I die, it's no big deal. Game is pretty damn good, though. I do hope, like, Nintendo puts all the Fatal Frames on the Switch, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. Although I've heard there's a movie coming, so you never know. This room doesn't sound happy. Madoko's diary. August 9th, evening. It's bedtime, but if I can't sleep, I start to get scared. It's dark. I can see my face in the window. When I see my face in the window, it looks strange. My eyes look strange. My nose looks strange. My mouth looks strange. That feels strange. I want to get rid of Ayako, but if I do, I feel I'll lose something. That's why I hope I can sleep tonight. Letter to Madoka. Old letter. Bayonetta. Oh, because Nintendo has it? Maybe, except I think Nintendo's actually put Bayonetta... Or have they put Bayonetta on the Switch? Dear Madoka, how are you? Have you decided on a name for the canary I gave you? I'm sorry for leaving you alone all the time, but I'm always thinking about you. Take the crayons with you, okay? You like drawing pictures, so I'm sure it will make you happy. The doctor would also like it. He says that drawing pictures will help you get better. Please draw. I think that it's very frightening that you are forgetting so many things, but Madoka, you are from the Tsukimori family. The moon will always protect you. That's why there's no need to worry. Do exactly as Dr. Hibara says, and be a good girl for Mother. I'll come check on you again soon. Measure. Well, the first Bayonetta was because it was Sega. Now Nintendo has Bayonetta, which is why it's screwed. I guess this is the same situation. The first three Fatal Frames were I mean, Tecmo still made these, but like, Nintendo owns it, I guess. Oh, I can see the ghost hit points now. Don't do it. Madoka, no. Oh, God. Oh, I see her. What was that? Type 61. Are you trying to sell me something, game? Yeah, but if they would put like them all on the Switch, that'd be. I would buy a Switch. Right now, I have no reason to buy a Switch, though. What? What am I missing? This is the one that would probably take the most work to port, but you'd have to do something about the control. Well, it probably wouldn't be that hard, but it's not localized in English like the other ones. Marvel Ultimate Alliance? What is it trying to... I feel like it could be on the other side of the wall, whatever this is. Madoka sitting on bed. That's a little weird. Let me just take this. Yes. Well, that's beautiful. Well, don't touch her there. That's why she left. An old nurse's note fell. It seems to be a regular report. Today's report. It's about Ayako from room 207 again. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I heard Madoka crying and hurried over to her. Her pet canary had its head cut off with scissors. Ayako stood there holding the bloodied scissors. It was obvious she had done what she had done. She just kept laughing, despite our scolding. It was as though she had no second thoughts about it. Her mischief is going too far, and it's not just the inability to distinguish right from wrong. Beginning with Madoka, I'm beginning to worry. The influence Ayako is having on the other children isn't good. Even the director involved, I haven't been able to devise an effective treatment for her. So, I guess Madoka was probably like a child's drawing pasted here. Bullied, I guess. Look at all these sounds. Did I actually get her? Peking girl. Apparently I got her, but I don't know why. Thought I was under attack. Nurse calling for Ayako. Ayako. You can go save, though. Feels like a good idea. Still low health. I don't know if you gain your health back between chapters or not, but if you do, I'd prefer not to waste any items. I was really worried about the Wiimote, but they seem to have done things in a manageable way, control-wise. Though, this is gonna make my arms tired. That's... Girl dragging nurse. Arm exercises. Oh boy. Crystals? The crystals start a cutscene? Damn. Unexpected. Oh, well that's not fair. I guess I don't want to have no health. Instant death. Okay, we're definitely gonna heal. That's it. I assume if I upgrade one, like if I upgrade power on her camera, it probably doesn't upgrade power on the other girl's camera, I would assume. At least that's how 3 worked. I'll use some 14s. I'm ready. A mini? That's what you look like? God. You float around and terrify people?
あなた誰なの？
You're not my friend, are you?
忘れたの？一緒にいるよ。私がいれば大丈夫。ずっと一緒にいようね。大丈夫だから。
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. Alright. Well, I got a little lucky, like, with her, because that fatal frame I got was just like a trying to hit her right before she grabbed me. Like it wasn't really aimed at her. But then I got a triple, so she was basically almost dead immediately. But I got lucky. Dude, without the lock on, like, this would be really hard with the Wiimote. It was hard enough with the... Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just my setup, though.
あの島に行ってしまいました。
あの島に
How's this
海を
dude?
承知でお願いします。ルカを助けてください。
The hell?
灰原
Oh. Notebook? How did it get here? Here's Hima's notebook. Newspaper clipping is inside. Missing girls found safely. Late last night, 5 girls who went missing 2 weeks ago were found and taken into protective custody. The girls were identified as follows: Misaki Aso, age 7. Oh, is Misaki related to the guy who created the camera? Marie Shinomiya, Madoka Tsukimura, Tamura Nanamura, and Ruka Yomotsuki. The incident occurred On the same day as the Rogetsu Kagura dance in the series of a series of mysterious incidents, the girls disappeared. Disappearances had attracted some attention. They were placed in protective custody yesterday at around 11 p.m. in Omokoro Bay Police Station. Officer Koshiro Kirishima found the 5 girls on the premises of Haibara Hospital, and their identities were confirmed. The police were pursuing personnel at Haibara Hospital as material witnesses in the kidnapping of the group of girls. So this dude's the cop who found them like 10 years ago or something? Well, you play multiple characters, just like Fatal Frame 3, Those data obtained while advancing in the game, you may review this data at any time. The tape recorder I used in my investigation. Tape recording about the incident. Chapter 3. Koshiro Kirishima. The Forgotten Day.
あの時神隠しにあったルカたちをこの病院の地下で見つけた。それで全てが終わったと思っていた。だがあの時の5人のうち2人が死んだ。
Yeah, that's what I
事
figured.
件は終わっていないのか。
2 died and now 2 are alive and 1 just died here at the beginning. This guy, I wonder if he gets a camera or if he's a backstory guy. Tape brought here by Kirishima. It's from before the Rogetsu Kagura. View plot summary. Wow. Summary. That is hard to read, though. That's cool, though. Okay, so we got no camera. I can't even run. Deep.
霧島さん、これを。あの島の人たちはもう咲いてしまっているかもしれない。これを使うことがないといいのですが。
Does he have a special flashlight?
さやかさん。
Kayak. Spirit Stone flashlight. The Spirit Stone flashlight soothes spirits using the light radiated by Spirit Stones. Press the B button to ready the flashlight. The Spearstone flashlight. When the flashlight is in readied state, press the A button to release a discharge. Hold the A button longer and the discharge area will grow. Whoa. What? This is interesting. It's definitely different. Hey, Crow. This is what Sayaka mentioned, was that blooming? What has happened to the people of this island? Even Haibara is here. Is he somehow responsible for all this? The ghost left something behind. Power-up lens. Switch. Allows you to see ghost hit points. Some crystals. Notes on wandering. Regarding Luna Sedata syndrome patients, please take note on the nighttime wandering habit of patients. Contact me today to confirm the suspected are no interferences with her treatment process. On the night of the full moon, close and bar the doors. I also request a strengthening of patrol around the wards. Thank you. Where are we? Is this anywhere near, or even the same building? No, it's not. How many chapters does this game have? I don't know if anyone can check. Just kind of want to know when I'm near the halfway point. Get her? hell was that?
あの時このエレベーターで地下の隠された場所に降りた。ルカたちを見つけた場所。もし灰原がまだこの島に潜んでいるとしたら。
あなたも病気なの？
Of? Is this longer or shorter than Fatal Frame 3? And Fatal Frame 3 is damn long. Alright, Fatal Frame 3 took me 16 hours. And that was a second playthrough, but it had been a long time since I'd played it before. Or maybe a third play, I don't know. Wait, what was that? It examined something. Old calendar with an anatomical diagram of the nervous system beside it. Okay. Not very helpful. Like, what is this picture? Well, there's the prologue. So you could, it's probably 13 if you count that. Think it's longer than 3? Oh my god. Well, of course, partially it's gonna it's probably varies depending on how lost you get as well. What is that? Can I look at that? Thing on the ground? Asagi Hizuki, medical chart lies. Asagi Hizuki, age 6, Haibara Hospital, 2nd floor. From the typical behavior of being frightened of mirrors and the reported symptoms of memory impairment, she has diagnosis in Luna Sedata syndrome. The degree of her condition is severe. Under the instructions of Dr. Haibara, there are plans to perform a surgical procedure next week. The surgery for Luna Sedata syndrome has been performed twice on other severe patients, but no conclusion has been reached for its effectiveness. As an early treatment method of the Luna Sedata syndrome, the surgery will be performed regardless, and the details will be recorded in a report at a later date. Please ensure confidentiality of the above information for the sake of the patient and her family. Covered something. It's probably... A note was sitting on the shelf. My achievements studying cranial nerves were finally recognized, and I was appointed assistant to Dr. Haibara at Haibara Hospital in Rogetsu Island. Dr. Haibara is the leading researcher on Luna Sedata syndrome, which is a memory loss condition particular to this island. As far as I can learn from the available materials, the Luna Sedata syndrome is a mental disorder consisting of memory defects and other symptoms such as sleepwalking. But many things about it are still shrouded in mystery. Why is it limited only to this island? What causes it? These questions are still to be discovered. Dr. Haibara's approach to Luna Sedata syndrome is unique, and many of his treatments are unprecedented. Among his original methods is music therapy that makes use of a so-called lunar melody, which I feel will cause a stir in the world of psychoanalysis. What's truly fascinating is how this research does not only lead to a method of treating mental illness, but also advances the theory that memories can influence the soul. To work under Dr. Haibara is truly a valuable experience that I never could have had on the mainland. You bastard. I wanted that. Huh. Nothing, I guess. Long-haired girl. Wait, how do you take pictures with a flashlight? Nope. You are. Red crystals? Still don't know what to upgrade, really. And for who. Because you got 3 characters now. And assuming Ruka's the main, I'm guessing. Probably prioritize her. A notebook is placed here. The day before yesterday, they did the surgery. There was a person who got worse after they had the surgery done, so at first I refused, but the doctor said it's okay. Since the operation, my brain has turned red. It hurt so much I couldn't stand it. Afterwards, my hair was gone. Blood flows along with the tears. It's okay. My head is now red, and it seems to be melting. My head is now red, and it seems to be melting. It's okay if it melts. Oh.
治療のためだ。治療の。
Where the hell is he? Okay, if your head melts. Just remember that. Hey, Desakiri. Dude's too tall. He takes up too much screen. Assistant standing in smoking area. This is a smoking area? Alright. Guess that's an ashtray. Flat iron key. Sticker that says surgery prep room. The map. Okay. That'll help. Okay, that's there. This. Um... Old wheelchair. Why is it? Switch the lens. Why was it like... Or what was it doing? Overkill. Enhanced lenses? This lens will take non-damaging photo. Oh, why would I ever want to do a non-damaging photograph? This is a flashlight. This guy has a flashlight, like a special one. Nothing made you pause from spooks when... Fatal Frame is the creepiest of the survival horror series. And standing in the window. I'm guessing I can't go over here. I might try. Yeah, Silent Hill is kind of disturbing, but I don't think it's nearly as creepy as Fatal Frame.
手術の準備を。
Oh, I got him. All right. Assistant heading to the operating theater. Hello? Reach out. I don't think it's gonna come through the mic. Not. It's because of the filter. It's not picking it up as me talking. So weird. Um. Is the way. What is the no damage lens for? Like, is there an actual use for that? Crystals. Oh, they just found something through the wall, I think. Two. Water in sinks. Excuse me. Something inside the locker. Magazine Mysterious Disappearances. Darkness closes in on case of mysterious disappearances. It has been half a year since the Islanders of occurred on Rogetsu Island. The case is closed and falling into oblivion, but when we ourselves went out to investigate, a history of darkness emerged that could be the key to solving this mystery. Mysterious disease, Luna Sedata syndrome. We first turned our attention to a strange illness called Luna Sedata syndrome that exists only on this island. Talking to medical specialists, we learned that it is a kind of memory loss characterized by symptoms such as sleepwalking and dancing as if possessed. Yeah, but you can use a regular lens to get the points too. Not sure. Second coming of disaster etched into the island's history. According to folklorists familiar with island's history, this syndrome has been feared on the island as a contagious disease since ancient times. Furthermore, there is a long tradition of large numbers of islanders being spirited away. A group case of Luna Sedata syndrome? What if, for whatever reason, the syndrome were to spread among a large group? The island is fully surrounded by the sea, so it's not difficult to imagine what would happen to a person wandering around robbed of his senses. tourism affected by the curse, an unusual festival, the Rogetsu Kagura, performed on the island to soothe the ghosts of those that have been spirited. It probably says spirited away, but at the time of the incident, concerns were voiced about efforts to draw in tourists for Kagura. Death of the last witness, the last survivor, a girl, took her last breath at the hospital some days ago. What did the girl who kept muttering mother on her deathbed see? Only Rogetsu Island knows the answer. On that island, now the answer will remain shrouded in mystery. No, I want the thing. Wait for something to come out of that trash can. Water has accumulated in the sink. Something like red oil has floated up to the water's surface and formed a film. Damn it, what was that? I didn't even see it. If I had just come around the corner, like like you get alerted to things a little early, I think. And sometimes you have, like, if you aim, you have no shot at seeing it. Variety of drugs and equipment arranged on the desk. There's something around here. Something large under the cloth sheets. I love how, like, there's all these sheets and stuff, but no one wants to look under them. It's like, well, there's something under there. Oh boy. Okay, I guess we are gonna look under one. The hell is that? Why is this flashlight so powerful? Picture diary. Something was left behind where the ghost was. I said no, but he doesn't listen. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The doctor will do surgery again tomorrow. I don't want the surgery. Stupid surgery. More surgery tomorrow. I hate the surgery. It hurts. Stupid surgery. It hurts, it hurts. The surgery hurts, it hurts. It hurts so much. Fun. What? It hurts, the fun much hurts. The surgery is fun, it hurts. The surgery is fun. Fun, it hurts. Hate fun, hurts. Death certificate, Asagi Hazuki. Age 6. Confirmed time of death. Symptoms rapidly deteriorated during the second post-op surgery for Luna Sedata syndrome treatment. At midnight, she suddenly entered a state of confusion. The doctor provided first aid with sedation, but it proved ineffective. She died shortly thereafter. Cause of death unknown. Thought to be from rapid worsening of the illness, accompanied by the general physical frailty.
治療のため
You going? Hey, Delicious. What? Oh, it's a mask or something. Assistant for death. About Rogetsu Kagura dance. Every 10 years, on Rogetsu Island, in October, a ritual called the Rogetsu Kagura dance is performed. Its exact origin is unknown, but the festival has been passed down by the people of Rogetsu Island, expressing interaction with the dead. The tradition is with the intention of remembering the deceased. The masked Utsuwa, the vessel, who is the central dancer, and the 5 shrine maiden girls called Kanade, the instrumentalists, played music through the whole night, a fantastic Kagura dancing. Each member of the audience observing the Kagura dance wears a mask and holds a candle in their hand. For a long time, the festival was shrouded in a veil of secrecy, but as 30 years ago, it has been open to visitors and tourists. This festival that occurs once every decade is very important to the islanders, and it is said that any islander that have gone far away from the island always return on the day of the Kagura.
灰原は祭りの日にこの島に帰っていたのか。神楽はこの島の人間にとって大切なもの。そういえば今日も祭りの日か。この島から人が消えてなければ。
The anniversary of the festival. An anatomical model of a head placed on top. It's probably used during cerebral surgery. Assistance Note 2. At our hospital, I have the chance to actually observe patients with Luna-Sedata syndrome. This is my first time seeing patients of the disease face to face. There is something very unsettling about this disease, but I can't quite tell what it is. Luna-Sedata syndrome, a patient's memory and self-awareness deteriorate in such a manner that their whole personality breaks down. Ultimately, all of the patient's memories are forgotten. They become unable to do anything and die. Before that stage of the disease, most patients choose some other more natural form of death. The patient is gradually broken like being drunk on this terrible disease, and you can see their body tremble. Even Dr. Hibara himself, who thinks that the Luna-Sedata syndrome endemic is a unique disease, cannot grasp a decisive treatment. The doctor's treatments focus on surgery and folk remedies, confronting this disease with many different cures. Tomorrow, I plan on researching these treatments in more detail. Small iron key. Back to the other side of the hospital now. Yeah, well, the door opening is loading, basically. More crystals. I figured that was locked because we gotta go back to the other side of the hospital now. This room doesn't sound very friendly. Jesus. Look at his little light. Like holding up his little light at you. Kidnapping case prosecution material. Something was left behind. I am an official at Highborough Hospital. This is my deposition about the kidnapping incident that occurred some days ago. From the well outside the hospital, I heard an echo of a child's voice. At first, I thought I was hearing things or imagining it. Then I began to hear the voice more and more clearly. A tearful voice and a different, hollow, moaning voice. It's those children, the children that were kidnapped. I can't stand this anymore. Hurry, before it's too late. Even as I write this, those children are being destroyed. Please investigate this hospital as soon as possible. Thank you. Okay then. Would be another way. Phone's ringing again. You guys can't hear it again because it's through the remote. Guess I'll save again. I have a lot of points, so I think we're doing okay. This guy's a little strange because you can shoot him quickly, but they don't get knocked back at all. Like with the cameras. Small iron key. Go through the door. Interview Takashi Aiba. Picked up document. In mirror cases of Luna sedata, fragmentary memory loss and behavior similar to sleepwalking can be observed. Characteristically, the symptoms vary with the waxing and waning of the moon. When the moon is full, the patient's condition is stable, but there's a tendency to go outside and seek the moonlight around the new moon. The patient becomes more unstable and increasingly frightened. Once Luna sedata was called moonwalking or haunted walking, which seemed to be derived from that behavior. In severe cases, the patient loses almost all memory but remains attracted to the moonlight and seeks out window sills and rooftops. Then the patient bathes in the moonlight. More lucid patients describe the feeling as momentarily regaining something they've lost. A person who has lost their memory will always look up to the moon. Such an odd symptom can surely happen in psychologically disturbed individual, but there is no explanation for why a group of people would display the same symptoms. Since this is a peculiarity of Rogetsu Island culture sphere, there must be a relationship to its beliefs and customs. Hey, Wander. Hey, Rinsler. What the? What did I just do? Oh, this is the reception area. Go in here? We can. Nurse placing note. else? Nice. 3 heals are good. Waning mood card. Moon card. Picked up small token fairly odd. Probably a key. Assistant hiding something. Oh? Assistant Note 3. Daily treatment of Lunacidata syndrome continues. While we are making progress with Dr. Navarro's treatment, the methods are so different from the accepted medical standard that I feel quite confused. Dr. Habara tends to his own unique methods, as well as honoring the island's customs and using traditional treatment methods. This is especially true for treatments with their own special utensils, some of which would be unthinkable in other hospitals. What leaves me in even greater discomfort is the language used in the hospital, which bears no resemblance to proper medical terminology. Patients in a progressive state show fear of mirrors, water, or other items that are able to reflect their faces. Judging from their behavior, there must be moments when the patient feels that it's not his or her face that is reflected in the mirror. On the island, this is called budding, and the word is used in the hospital as a regular term. Furthermore, a state called blooming is feared the most. I don't know what kind of state this is, but everybody reacts strongly and pales at the word blooming. Apparently, the story goes that only the person who is budding can see their own face in this budding state. Of course, there is the sense of the word is not just to have budded. Upon seeing the face of another more severe patient, the symptoms seem to have transferred, which is called resonance. But surely this can't be so extreme. It's difficult to imagine, but there might be a contagious form of Lunacidata syndrome. And now, starting from tomorrow, Dr. Habara is letting me do preparations. I wonder what this so-called ceremony of passage treatment method is like. What am I supposed to do? All this leaves me quite concerned. Pencils. The lamp in the doctor's office is turned on. Is somebody here? Yum. The flashlight is interesting. It doesn't have the auto aim though, as far as I can tell. Cloudy moon box. There's a box with clouded moons carved on it. It seems to have some mechanism and won't open. The patterns show a waxing moon and a waning moon. There are 2 groove slots in the side. I have one of those. The girls, well, the other 2 characters have cameras. This dude seems to be the detective that found them when they had been kidnapped. The other characters have been kidnapped before. Flashlights does seem more powerful. Hey Surge, thanks for the follow. More crystals. Try this room. What the? Doctor crossing before door. This is on a Wii. Or a Wii U. I mean, you can use this on it. I had to mod it to run the Japanese game and then get the patch for the language. For English. Because this only came out in Japan. Dr. Habara Note. Made in the Blackwater's a Wii U game. This is actually a Wii game. My family has been protecting and continuing the ritual, acting as head priestess. At the same time, they have fought against the Luna Sedata syndrome as spiritual healers. As for me, I protect the teachings of the Habara family and have built a hospital to treat patients of Luna Sedata syndrome, researching it from a medical perspective. I believe it is my mission to research Luna Sedata using combination of traditional and medical methods. The underrated critic. The inhabitants of this island once tackled investigations into the human soul with their own original methods. One of these methods was the Kagura mask and the Kakura dance. The Utsuwa, which means vessel, wears the mask, listens intently to the music, and loses herself within it. The Kanade mask regulates the rhythm and beat of the dance. By wearing the masks, various parts of the human brain are stimulated. This is truly interesting. The possibility of the mask having power over the brain must be explored. The door to that as yet untouched area is now open. This was once the ultimate end to the Rogetsu Kagura dance. No, it is likely the ceremony of passage's true form. The ceremony is a potent way to enter the mind's abyss, but because it caused a disaster, the ceremony has been stopped for a long time and become taboo. The terrible tradition of disaster, however, in order to overcome this illness, we must venture into the taboo. The lunar eclipse occurs once every 10 years. The opportunity to perform it again must not escape. We have no time. Intercom is on top of the desk. There's a row of numbers on the panel. Does that matter? What? Glass doors are open. There seems to be cold air flowing from behind the cabinet. Good door? Pencil there. Creepy dolls everywhere, all the time. Assistant on other side of bars. Could be another way. Don't reach through there. Crescent moon, waxing moon. Use the waxing and waning moon keys. Open the box. There's a single sheet of paper. 438951. Series. Fragment of Tenka poetry written on it. Filing cabinet 438951. The magic of the full moon. The sides of a square. Magic of the full moon. I mean, the sides of a square is 4, right? But what's magic of a full moon? $12? Oh. I'm gonna head back and save. Flash the light on the note, but I have the note. I think we're gonna that office had a keypad in it. But I want to save before I do it. All these random little dolls in strange spots you see sometimes. There was one in the corner of this room. Nothing. They just put dolls everywhere because they're creepy. Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh, there's a button here. No, can't use it. Numbers are lined up in the intercom. I'm not sure what the size of a square is for. What did it say about the moon? I can't find that. Oh. Hints? Two. None of those are the size of a square. Hey, Galactica. Horizontal and vertical add up to 15. I disabled them all for this playthrough.
なんだここは。
Aim is so far down. Straight down. Yeah. Super flashlight. Strange devices. What are these nails used for? An old, sinister-looking machine lies on the bed. Dr. Hibara, what was he doing here? What is he doing? Luna-Sedata syndrome research. A tattered notebook lies on the desk. Currently, the most promising treatment method is surgery. It's treatment that works by adding or removing direct stimuli to the brain. The first, because of its experimental nature, we had to overcome many difficulties, but since we started seeing results, it is nearing its establishment as an effective treatment method. However, a few days ago, just when we thought the surgery was successful, we had an unfortunate fatality. Having lost his memory and become an empty shell, the patient died, but then his face turned into a bizarre shape. I immediately dissected it, but it was clearly a sign of blooming. The actual cause of the failure is unknown. Research on surgical treatment must be continued, but blooming must be avoided. That disaster, it remains fresh in the island folklore. The day without sacrifice cannot be repeated. Invent a real doll. No, I don't. Crystals. What is this place? Moon Reflection Cave. That's where we're going. Passage caved in. There's something here. There it is. Here's. I'm sorry, Galactica. Thanks for the bit, Galactica. I've got alerts turned off because I only get to do a first playthrough of this game once.
俺はあの時この隠された場所を見つけた。
Oh, this is the flashback.
嫌い子。
ここにはルカはいない。灰原もどこなんだ。
Yes. Or on Nintendo'd. What is all this? Chapter 1, out of tune. We cannot remember, does it no longer exist? Chasing Misaki and Madoka, another person, a girl comes to Rogus Ruka. This is a summary of what happened, isn't it? Awful, those were children.
この記憶は
Empty vessel. Madoka's memo. Don't understand. I saw my face and I don't understand. I don't understand. My face is crumbling. It's crumbling, but I remembered. I was screaming. Ayako's face. A hand grabbing me. A mask coming closer. The color of blood. Red, that music. A ruined face. No, I don't want to see. I remember. We were chosen. It hurts. Everything close them. Why can't I see? Quick, want to close them. The moon is calling me back. The moon, the moon, the moon, the moon. In a dark place without the moon. That room. Sense to me. $10 crystals. It's full health. She might have been full health anyway, though. Capacity. Increase maximum spirit power. Sounds good. Speed. I have so many red crystals though, but I don't even use like the lenses really very much. Okay, what was she doing? Power. Always power. There's a creepy doll. I should have done power. It wasn't. Well, what was? Oh. Hello. Oh, you jerk. Don't get it. No treasures. How's that? Nurse. Oh, that's not gonna count, is it? Nurse going to management office. This also leads to a save, so. That sound again. Who made that sound? Trolling nurse. The music is beautiful. Oh, I can't save. Does this mean Nemesis is coming? I don't even know what that was. I need to turn it off. What happens if you say don't turn off? Or why would you say don't turn off? Because I did have that option. The journal fell near the switch. One item to report today. Today we attempted to broadcast the experimental music inside the building from midday until 5 p.m. As usual, we chose a part of the lunar melody. Scream truck music. At that time, it was confirmed that some patients showed an unusual strong reaction. These reactions were noted in the pediatric cases. A positive effect was noted in some patients, so there's a possibility we may repeat it. However, in this session, it was confirmed that there were less positive reactions than previously thought, and that the results were not entirely positive. There are still many puzzling things about the patient's behavior. When musical therapy is next attempted, please be careful and note all sudden or unexpected reactions. Room 207 is blinking. Ayako. That's nurse hasn't done this before. Notice experimental music therapy. Notice to parties concerned at 6 p.m. tomorrow there will be an explanation regarding the experimental music therapy broadcast in the hospital. In regards to the location, contact me later. Also, would the nurse in charge of the new building 2F please retrieve the musical score from 207? I wonder if anything's in here. What did it say? Oh, there's something in here. Madoka's notebook. I realize when staring at the moon that my awareness is beginning to return a little. That's why here I'll finish it. Will that song help me remember? I've forgotten about it, to regain that memory, but if I remember, everything's vanishing. Everything's vanishing. Lots of A's. It's all over. I could check in here again, I guess. They're probably... Summoned Ayako. This is the room that the other girl was in when we ended her section. But that doesn't mean... We don't know how time works right now. Or did we end her section in here? I thought we did. Maybe we didn't. Chart, Ayako. Ayako, age 12. Patient demonstrates a notable lack of empathy along with occasional symptoms of memory impairment. Notably, she feels joy when hurting living things. Luckily, her ego restricts her aggressive tendencies to specific targets. Patients often tend to be deeply attached to some specific object during convalescence, but she has not yet shown any externalized behavior. Progress of Luna Sedata syndrome is mild, but requires further observation. Strange dreams listening to this game. Blue crystals. Oops. They have different effects depending on which lens you use. Whoa, there's someone in the closet. Is there someone in the closet? I swear it looked like... Oh, it's just made to look that way. Stone mirror. I already have a stone mirror, damn. So I can't have that one, I guess. I don't think I like this room. Sheet music. The melody is familiar. If I play this on the dining room piano, I might remember something. Black notebook. Music and memory are closely linked. I have seen several cases where people regain certain memories with the help of music. There was a woman like that among my patients too. She regained one of her memories through music, so she could... God, this noise while I'm reading this is just weird. So she continued to play various pieces on the piano. It was as if she could touch her inner self with the music. At one point, she would repeat the same piece over and over again, changing the scale little by little, again and again. Maybe that piece of music was connected to memories buried deep inside her. Surprisingly, her condition improved. But she committed suicide when her memory returned. It was a failure, but that is certain. But what is certain is that the music is able to touch parts deep inside a person that cannot be reached with words. There was a similar music on this island I remember vaguely hearing as a child, and I believe it was called Lunar Melody. There are several songs about the moon, but I remember this one was used in ritual prayer. Most of the melodies of the moon are oral tradition, but there must be some documents somewhere of old notes or scores. Good thing I returned. Where am I? Locked? Guess we go back. Door is locked. Hello? Just like a remote to the Whoa. Pizza? Something's here. There it is. More crystals. The score seems like a song. Score seems like a song like this must be. Please play the piano. Press the A button on the lit up key while following along with the music. The timing of the notes is the key to playing. Oh god. Used. Oh wait. What do I aim at? Use pointer. This could be a problem. Well, now it's working. Oh no. I did it. Thought that was gonna take me like 2 hours. I think I summoned a demon. Moonlight Sonata. Yes, I was always riding in the elevator. Memory. It was awesome. I mean, was this an elevator? No, this is an elevator. I hate how games like this, like it's only the only way Japanese Wii version. That's the only way this game exists. Like, I hate how that happens to great games. Like, they're just hard to get. What the hell? Oh, how is that a miss? No. Then not only that, if you're not, unless you're in Japan, you've got to modify to run the game, and then you'd have, yeah. I mean, a lot of people had the Wii, but this, like, had this come out in all regions, it would be definitely easier to come by, and people would know about it more. Hey, Mike Wave, thanks for the raid. How's your stream, Mike? Thanks for the follow, Scotty. My alerts are off because I wanted all the noises off for my first playthrough of this. The heck? Black woman dropped letter. Something fell on the floor. Lately, I can't shake off this feeling. Back then, when I told you my feelings for the first time, you refused me, but you smiled and began to laugh just a little. I always wanted to see you smile, just like then. Shall we go for a walk somewhere today? Did I just save? I'll just save again. And no basement today. Yeah, like there was a version for Europe announced to this, and then and there was even advertising for it, and then they just like pulled it. What the? Wheelchair. Scotty, thanks for the 100 bits. Normally there'd be alerts, but I just didn't want any for this game. Ooh, FPS. We saw her go this way. This loops back here. Oh. You? I'd say this game? I think it probably did fine in Japan. I mean, I don't know for sure, but they did make another one. And people were importing it. They have gone in here? There's a bit of a Silent Hill feel. I guess because there's you're in kind of like in a hospital and a mental institution in this one, which kind of fits like Silent Hill-ish. But we're dealing with ghosts. It still gives it a bit of a Silent Hill feel, I suppose, compared to the older ones. I don't think this is where I want to be. Kind of where we start. I mean, I believe in ghosts? Not really. Oh, maybe I was supposed to go in there. Believe in toast. Going outside? She's over there. You can barely see her. I don't even know what I took a picture of. Oh, she's just sitting there. should be something around here. Or it could be on the other side of this thing. Huh. Something on her shoulder. We get the loot. If a ghost, yeah, if some of the loot is not a loot, it's just a ghost. And you have to shake it off. You want to touch her. Jesus. I have a mirror. Let's use the mirror. That's not gonna work. Wait, I was that low? I didn't know I was that low. Oops. Leon's suit lasted one trailer. I should probably use higher film. It taking that long to kill them. Well, it seems like one of them doesn't take damage. No, why am I aiming so? Damn it. Hey Igor, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Got all my alerts off and sounds for this game. Wheelchair wound. Evil chess, what? Game is spooky. There. Grab it. Oh, is that I didn't know that was RNG. That didn't have that. That didn't happen last time when I tried to grab that one. Use this. Oh man. We did it. Something fell near the pool. In copper key. Okay, the elevator. Oh wait, that's not the elevator. Well, whatever. We know where to go at least.
この感じ。
Time to go. Okay. Alright, so we need to go in there. Using Wii controllers is tiring. Like, why did they ever, like, how did the Wii even sell with these things? Something's in here. There it is. Nice film. Um... See if one of these is locked. This one is not locked. Other one. Well, tiny rooms. The hell? What kind of room is this? Good. The whole concept is bad. I mean, motion control concept isn't necessarily bad, but I suppose, but forcing it into everything is bad. The door is unlocked. Okay, where does this go then? If I just unlock this door. Is this some kind of shortcut? I don't want to go that way yet, though. I want to go to the other door. As far as motion controls go, this game did pretty okay. But a lot of them, like, they just force them on you and they're terrible. Like, they should have been optional in, like, almost every game, except unless the whole point of the game was motion control. What the hell's wrong with that door? Place is the breaker room. It seems the power is dead. Radio. Duty nurse's memo. Yeah, I got it. Today's duties. The password to the door to the third floor ward was changed. Password is 1956. The third floor is where the patients with advanced symptoms are. So please take care with when opening and closing the door so that they can't wander out. All right. 1956. Good. Something else? Jerk. Yeah, Fatal Frame 5 is Wii U. This is Wii. I don't think I have information for this. I don't. It won't even let me try. I can't read that either. I don't know which way we should go. Locked. Switchboard is written on the iron door. The door has rusted and won't open. Where am I? Just gonna go outside? This is where that lady, the invincible lady, came out. Oh no, it isn't. She came out the other staircase, didn't she? Or is this the only stairs? This is the only stairs. Did I find anything? I feel like I didn't find anything. This just got me into the breaker room. Well, let's see if there's anything kind of up here. Do I still have a mirror? I think I didn't lose the mirror. I do still have a stone mirror. Okay. Moonlight is reflected on the water in the pool. Light reflects off the water surface, but the water is completely black and I can't see into it. I don't know if I should go back downstairs. Like, I didn't find anything. Oh, I got a password for something, though. 1956. But what was that for? So many notes. I don't know. What's that? Oh, another mirror. I kind of want to like lose this. Well, get full health back. Like if something hit me, I could get full health and pick up a mirror. It's the slow lens. Hints. There's only 3 things in hints. And I've already had them. Oh. That's down. I could save and then... try to figure things out. Oops. Can I buy right now? Still only buy Type 14 film, but having all these points sure will come in handy near the end. I don't like wasting stuff. No power. Elevator passes from the first floor to the fourth floor. To access the fourth floor, the use of a key is required. Please contact the management for key access. The elevator power can be controlled via the breaker room in the basement. The activation number of the main power supply is 23. In case of power failure, please contact the breaker room for repairs. Getsu Hall is a mental hospital built for the Haibara hospital facilities. The first floor was designed to be as welcoming and natural as possible to those coming from the outside the island. At Rogetsu Hall, each room has been named after the moon in the fashion of the old-style Japanese seasons. For example, Room 101, Entrance Hall Matsuki, Room 102, Dining Hall Regetsu. As for the unique Aso Museum, it was the room Dr. Aso stayed in when he came to Regotsu Island. The room was renowned as a special exhibit. Please tell the visitors at reception that there is no entrance fee. The water moon pool is in the courtyard, and the Moonflower Garden are open to anyone as well, July to October only. To employees, Rogetsu Hall basement, important notices. It is strictly prohibited to enter any rooms other than the breaker room and the reservoir. Now we have the actual solution. 23. We can turn the power on. I don't know what we need the 1954 for, but... Look at that. The translation didn't quite work there. Numbers. Numbers. No. Do it this way. 24. So 3 to 8 is going to add 5. This is plus 5. Plus 6. This is minus 8. Six minus 8. Plus 5. Is minus 3. 29. 3 as well. 29 minus 3 minus 3, right? I can hear soft electric humming. The elevator will probably move now. It's deep. Ah, of course I'm aiming up. Oh, the door is no longer locked. Oh, come on. Reload, damn it. Puzzle broke my aim. Dude, it's hard. Like, the Wiimote thing is... Because... Like, I'm pointing straight at the TV, but I have to move it way below... I don't know. It's just really strange to me. Like, you're not aiming at the screen like a gun. You're aiming... I don't know how to put it. You're aiming like your character, like you would be from your character's perspective, not your perspective. At least that's what it feels like. Locked. I'm sure this room is not important at all. Maybe I can make it a little better for tomorrow. What? We're locked in here? I want it open. This is not a fun place to fight. That is a memestress. The ghost sounds hot. Jeez. Something has fallen where the ghost was. The Morning Shrine is a shrine for the dead. It is feared that the faces of the dead change and bloom after death. When the dead come in contact with blooming, one must cut off their face, the seed, and destroy it. Then the dead shall wear a mask, resembling themselves to preserve their fate, the mask replacing the dead face, the mask becoming the dead face, the dead becoming the mask. Whoever enters the Morning Shrine will find their heart troubled and begin to bud. Only those who have been purified and whom this moon shrine shines upon shall enter the Morning Shrine, but know that entering the Morning Shrine on the night of the full moon is forbidden. Isn't tonight the night of the full moon? Didn't think so. I think that ghost was just not letting us leave. We did lose this mirror, but I can go pick up that other mirror now. And we got our health back from the mirror. Uh-oh. We gotta go. The boss is here. Noirera, thanks for the follow. I'm sure that's the boss. And it's probably invincible. And it probably kills you in one hit. Most likely. The frame rate. No. The fatal frame rate. Uh. Man standing in the elevator. Alright then. Why are the buttons sideways? Is that what they do in Japanese elevators? Where do I need to go? Am I doing something? Can you? Oh, it's not motion here. I know it said I can't get to 4 because I need a key for 4. I probably actually need to go to 3. Because this is right here. And the stairs are broken right there. In the Aurora. Only on chapter 4 still. What is this? Oh god. Reload, damn it. You miss, you can't get it. Not with this film anyway. Third floor room assignment list. Occupants in Rogetsu Hall as of August 1970, room 308 Mizuki, moon viewing month, Ruka Yomotsuki. Special notes, daughter of the Yomotsuki household. A report on the results of the attempted music therapy is requested. Please inform the director about the state of her condition and the lunar melody she reacted to. Hiro Dorizuki, month of color. Yuko Magaki. Special notes, notable for his substantial financial contributions to the hospital. Patient is irritable, so do not enter his room while he's painting. Also, please make very certain to absolutely never touch his paintings. Emissary Zuki, month of the god's leave. Misaki Aso. Special notes, daughter of from the Aso household, admitted by request. She will receive special examination from the director. Considering her constitution, please pay attention not to bring her in contact with the patient on the 4th floor. Agari Sendao. Special notes, of the Sendao household, treatment is undertaken by her family doctor at the Sendao house, administered jointly by the director. Please ensure that there are no interferences with her treatment process. Thank you for your special attention to this matter. Yeah, Failframe 2 is awesome, but I mean, 3 is my favorite, but it's looking like 2, 3, and 4 are all amazing. Fighting cabinet. $1954? This is weird. I don't know why they did this. I must turn the Wiimote in a circle. Eh. So weird too. It doesn't really... Turn the Wiimote. But it twists the wire. Put that away. 1950. Speedrun. These are long speedruns. Well, after the second one. Wasn't it 1954? Was it 1954? Anyone remember what that number was? Oh, you just have to turn it. Oh, this is okay, actually. Oh, it's 1956. I heard the sound of the machine working. The key looks like it will open the door. You don't have to keep circling it like I thought. You just have to twist like this. So... There. Must have found something on the other side. Like that. It said twist. Special ward, special ward. 311. Okay, we'll go this way. Fear and anxiety.
この感覚、曲とともに訪れる深い記憶のかけら。体のどこかが覚えている。懐かしい匂いにも似た。
Oh. Didn't think the chapter was just gonna end there. Alright, 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Echo Knight? Oh. I've been hearing the name. I keep forgetting to check it out though. Residence. While searching Rogetsu Hall, meets a girl. Misaki meets a girl in black clothes whom she has met in dreams. Come back to Rogotsu Island. Misaki wants to know more about her connection to the girl, led by the girl's own. Misaki arrives at a room 10 years ago. This was Madoka's hospital room. She knew all the girls involved that were kidnapped, who were hospitalized in the institute or visited it regularly. They came to be treated for an endemic disease, the Luna Sedata syndrome. Caught up in memories, she does not notice that she's been separated from Madoka. Madoka, where are you? That happened in the beginning.
大切な人。
Saki. Have to find Madoka. Madoka's probably dead. But where to start? What the? Can I have this? Ayako's memo. That nurse came again today to tell me I was too noisy. When I made a little cut and pulled the scissors back, she gave an ugly howl. I hated her ugly insides. The things I like are much prettier. Crushed insects, torn hands, wet red flesh, the loud scream before they go still. Those pretty things will disappear soon. Everyone else collects things that they think are pretty. The doctor told me that collecting things I like helps my illness, so I collect these pretty things, collecting more and more. Unless I collect these things, the inside of me, the letters after are too messy to read. Crystals. I'll look up Echo Knight if I just keep forgetting. Adds knockback effect. No, I just city range. What's my mob doing? Sure, he's fine. He went through an extensive selection process, interview process. Make sure he would work out, you know. Doors shut by powerful force. In other words, you better go the other way. Girl watching Mitsaki. There's something over there? It was on the better film. Oh, this room. Oh, now it's open. This doesn't look safe at all. Torn memo. What happened? Who was the guy outside? His face was all messed up. Help me, you. It's noisy out. So noisy outside. The face looks like a cracked egg, like a smashed butterfly, like an open stomach. Such a messed up face. After looking at that face inside my head, it got so noisy until I got all messed up. Oh, wait here. Wait. Mother. What else did I find? Oh. Torn Memo. You can't go in here either? Oh. We're gonna figure out how to get in there. Squashed doll. Where is that? I don't think it's in here. Maybe it's in here. But that'd be too easy, right? Is that it right there? Oh my. Finding my way hand. Yeah, that's it. This is the doll in the picture. Rusty key. Right back where, yeah, that's what I thought. Oh dear. Jesus. Misako. Wait, what? Got some film. What is over here? Film reel. A photo of people staring at a screen. It's probably the projector in the dining room. Ogetsu Kagura Video Archive. I've seen a few extracts compiled of the film. If we are not careful, someone will probably notice, and if this gets out, there will be trouble. Ayako took it and seems to find it amusing, but make arrangements to discard it when she becomes tired of it. Slow lens. Can you open this? What's the deal here? Grab this. Black Notebook 2. I asked Ayako about the girls in the files that I sent for. Of all the girls in the files that she knows, Ayako likes Madoka best. The toy with a beautiful color inside, she said. The girl called Ruka has almost become broken, but it seems that she has not been permanently damaged. Because her sensitivity to sound is so high, even after trying so many things, it is not too late. The lunar melody that has been passed down to ancient times still remains on this island. What would happen if I made her hear that song? Transferring the ancient musical score to a modern one is strenuous, but it will be led to make out the necessary musical phrases. Maybe this is a clue. Ayako said she doesn't like Misaki, the one with the sharp senses, because Ayako doesn't understand how she knows things. The girl dressed in black, who is always with them, she doesn't like her either. Ayako hates her for disturbing her while playing with her toys. Anyway, Misaki and the girl have the same psychic abilities. This girl, this body, it seems like they will be useful. Something here. Though. What? Oh, hello. Surgery specimen. Do we want to go down to the film room? Let's see. Map. Let's go straight that way. All this whispering. Oh, one sitting there. Okay. Guess we can watch this. She took her mask off during the ritual. Uh,
私はこの祭りを見ていた。そしてどこかまだか。
don't know what she's gonna do. Or Madoko. Ghost left something behind. I wonder if you met that child. As a child, that special person you always spoke of. Even though I felt that I may only have been a replacement, a toy for that person, I was happy when I was in your house instead of her. Scared that you would remember me, her. I was always scared, but if you would only ever see me, if you would forget, then I would be happy. I'll return to my room. You will also return to your room, as return to that child. It's okay to remember now. It's okay. It's okay. We die together. English is the only thing I understand. Oh. Wanted whatever that was. God damn it, aiming too high again. Like I have to have the... When will I speedrun this game? I don't know. This is like a 3-hour speedrun, I think. I have to like have my the Wiimote pointed down. Door is sealed. Why is this door sealed? NHL fan. I don't think I'd enjoy being plagued by ghosts constantly. That didn't count? Okay, we got her anyway. Girl in elevator. Like I got her too early, before the door was open far enough. I'll only buy 2 things. But I have 300,000. So... Has to be 3rd floor. Restart? What? Did not expect her. Reach for it. The wheelchair. Apparently this wheelchair is impassable. FPS took a dive again. I'm doing alright, NHL fan. Sometimes I think we're going down to 15 FPS or so, yeah. Old recording. Never.
テープ回りました。どうですか、気分の方は。
顔が
I would love to
自
see
分のもの
them
じゃないんです。
put this on Switch or
違う
something,
ん
but
です。これは
それはどういう。
鏡を見ていると、
along with the other Fatal Frames.
いえ、わかりません。もう見たくない。だから目を
薬の量を増やしましょうか。
もう見たくないんです。妹だってそう言ってました。違う。
安心してください。必ず解放に向かいます。テープ回ってます。どうだい？
Misaki?
どんな気分かな？
私お姉ちゃんと同じなの？言ってたよ、同じだって霊媒だって。
そうか。そうだね。大丈夫。何も心配することはないよ。
一緒にいれば私みたいにならないって言ってたね
あれを試してみようか。はい。
They don't like to give this person any healing items. could just buy a few for her. Probably should. Got a ton of points right now. Tired. A little tired. I think we're getting close to the halfway point. More crystals. Chair. Power. Adds knockback effect to a single shot, pushing ghost backward. Excellent. Wait, which one? This one's slow? Now let's head down the hall before I try to go in that room. Oh, there's more. Oh. Well, we might as well go in the closest room. Okay, this is Ruka's room. We might as well go in there first. Probably not there. I mean, it's probably a safe room. Ruka's the other character. Ruka was heading here, though. When her chapter ended. Okay, yeah, we can't get in there. Door's locked. The red wheelchair. Oh, we know where that is. And locked. Girl's running away. I don't want any extra sounds, so I turned them off today. I turned off the alerts also. Girl's going somewhere. Yeah, I'll do that for a lot of first playthroughs, depending on how much I care about the first playthrough. Guess I might as well save again, because I picked up a thing. I don't know. Well, the wheelchair was here. It's gone now. I had to do some work to get this thing working. Girls peering into room. Okay, film. Whoa! I did not expect that. Did you see that? Will it do it again? I don't think it's gonna do it again. It looked at you with the camera up, and then it looked... as soon as I put the camera down, it was away. Alright, Nintendo. Have a good day. Misaki... It's the Kamisaru's pattern. That was the name of my room. The hell? All these coffins. Kakari Sindao's letter. What was written inside the coffin. I was born dead. You were not. Even though we had the same blood flowing through us, you were alive. So you lived to die. If you could truly live while dying, the two of us could return to our small room. If it is possible to die without death. Without death, the two halves of a closed shell, like the amaryllis flower, without death continuing to bloom for eternity. You are me, now you become me. I'm here where I'll go on blooming. Are they all empty? What are these coffins for? Keep talking, please. If I'm not sure if I have forever, but any words are good, even if they hurt. How can I make you happy if you are lonely? I am dying while still alive. Please tell me that you will try to make friends. Anybody will do. Will you go and search for somebody today? Like that girl who peeked into this room? Don't destroy her. Don't like how low I'm at right now. I knew it. Okay, I thought it was gonna be a roommate. Okay, there's something's gonna happen in here. Where is she? Wow. She's kind of twitchy. What happened? Oh, Sandal's notes. You can just forgive me, then we can. When I pushed you over, it was on purpose. I pushed you over the edge, but I be forgiven. Because of me, you went into the darkness. I must accept that the darkness inside you will not leave. I understand that. Wherever I hide, you will continue to look for me. No matter where. Wherever I escape to, you will never give up. So the only way is to pray that the light shines into your darkness. FPS. Needs to be a set of panels with pattern carp. A panel seems to be missing. Misaki Aso, medical chart. Misaki Aso, age 7. Seems questionable whether the patient has budded or not. Her memory impairment is becoming considerably worse. Her self-recognition is becoming more vague, and when she sees herself in the mirror, she is terrified. As soon as the characteristic symptoms of advanced Luna Sedata become obvious, she'll be diagnosed with Luna Sedata syndrome. The disease is rapidly progressing and becoming severe. In this patient's case, it is clear that the progression of Luna Sedata is related to the psychic disposition of the patient in room 412, Ayangetsu. It is extremely difficult to cure female patients in whom the onset occurs before the ages of 10 through 12. It appears very likely that that living conditions will have a strong impact on her psychology. Everyone should thoroughly observe her condition and record it in detail. Special notes: an experimental schedule of treatment for patient in 412 has been decided. The treatment of the patient in 412 may potentially lead to a clue in curing this disease. Additional note: she has a strong attachment to Mia, who tends to stabilize her condition, so we request that they not be separated unreasonably.
私は
怖がらなくていいのよ。
治療の時間だ。
Time for treatment.
何も心配することはないんだよ。なぜ？
Nurse. Whoa, doctor's fast. What? Oh, the other board for the thing. They never give her heals. I just have to buy her heals. Old research. Many of the inventions are based on the theory that special of benefit to be handled that requires attention. Here, usefulness was concluded and the treatment written down. Good night, center keys. The spirit stone flashlight returns the memory of patients of Luna Sedata syndrome. Moonlight maid collecting the moonlight lost memories are recalled by its light. The treatment force blooming and its effect. The spirit stone radio using crystal can a special frequency called residual thoughts, namely hearing the requests of the dead confirmed. However, it is strongly thought chagrin and voiced resentment. Here, a person's mind and body eats away at caution required. Spirits are visible with the camera obscura and machine. The was handled with spiritual intuition, advantageous possession. The rest has rotten away and impossible to read. Baby doll's head fell off. Broken crystal radio. Children's clothing in the cabinet. Eesh. Sharp or painted, crafted on a wooden box. It seems that if the pictures are connected, it will open. So the white carp. Well, oh, that's not true. It's possible. No, that's not right. So the white carp's not gonna connect to anything. We need two tails. Two. This is possible. No, that's not possible. This is, though. Is it? No, that's not possible. Like, this won't work because that's not gonna work. Nothing. This could work. That has to be that. If that's the case, then this must be this. Puzzles. Small key put away inside the box. This photo is of me? Well, that was a shorter chapter. Chapter 4, Empty Vessel. Why does it give a chapter 4? Oh, because that's the character I played last. A distorted face in the mirror and music. What kind of treatment was done here? Why do the spirits of the patients continue to linger here even now? Doubts well up within Ruka as she approaches a familiar room. This is the sick room in which she was once hospitalized. We're gonna go back to Ruka now instead of this is my room. Kronos, get in my room. I have handmaidens. Something appeared in the photo. Well, so we'll check the corner. Kind of go from there. Oh, I think we found a clue. Man going to gallery. Oh, I can get in here? Thanks. Didn't expect to be able to get in Misaki's room. See, wonder if we can see if this puzzle's done to just figure out who got here first. Yeah, this is open. So Misaki was here first. So we're definitely... She's further back in time, I think. When we do her chapters. Can I have this? The doll head's still on the floor, or did they miss that detail? They did. Doll head is not on the floor. I think it's just some kind of style to have the backwards necklace thing. I mean, and there's... See if I can get her... But she has a thing on front too. There we go. See? Like a double-sided necklace. The counterweight? Oh. I think after this chapter we'll be at the halfway point. Because there's 12, so 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 6 more after this. Do numbers work? I do not know. Okay, we'll just check the corner first. Oh. Painting with blurred faces. In this picture, all people have blurred faces. Something fell from behind the picture. I'm gonna get the not important item first. Reach out. She still has a stone mirror. Okay, we got our room key. Luca, thanks for the raid. Your stream. I don't have any alerts on. It's because my first time playing this game. Door won't open. Game is awesome though. Dude, Fatal Frame 3 is amazing. Fatal Frame 2 is amazing. This game's amazing. Whoa. And painting picture on floor. Yeah, this is Fatal Frame 4. Only released in Japan. For the Wii. Strange picture is drawn on the floor. Countless people are painted around the red woman with a distorted face. My back does not like playing Wii games, though. Or my shoulders. An old notebook was left here. The vision makes me pick up the brush. Back silent. Black silent. It was not there. No one. Nothing. Moment by moment, my memory is painted black. Filled with more and more black. For only the vision stands out in total blackness. In exchange for my memory being burned away, I have received this vision. The vision has changed, like looking through a kaleidoscope. That moment is fixed, the light drilling through my darkness. I was born, I was born, I was born. $20? Okay, this is okay. Speed. How many do I have? 67? ton of this. Temporarily increases the power of your attacks. That sounds good to me. The purple one. Okay, so we want... Okay. This one? No, this one. Eerie painting stands on the easel, a female torso portrayed in it. Crawling man. I'm gonna see if I can save before going in her room. Gotta be a boss in her room. Well, yeah, you don't really get to see their face much in this kind of camera's perspective, I guess. I mean, kind of. Not from here. Depends where you are. But for over-the-shoulder survival horror, this is 2008 too, you know? So this is actually, like, I know I used to say, like, Resident Evil 2 Remake was kind of like the first over-shoulder survival horror that nailed it, but no, this game is... But I was never able to play this game before. Room. Girl playing piano. As far as I'm concerned, they all did it right. I don't know about Spirit. I haven't played Spirit Camera or 5 yet, but I'm sure Spirit Camera's probably bad. But I did get it. Old cassette tape.
どうだい？どんな気分かな？
お面をかぶると違う人が入ってくるの。わからなくなって眠ってるみたいで、だんだん声がして。
それはいつからかな？昨日かな？
わからない。お面？いろんなものになるってお父さんが言ってた。でもお父さんも違う人になったの。わかるもん。
そうか。
お家に帰れる？
もうすぐだよ。
お父さんも治るの？
すぐに良くなる。お母さんにもすぐ会える。
お父さんにも。
So this one is one thing. This one doesn't seem to have any prior characters. It's just the odd number ones. Although Aso is obviously related to the camera creator, but 1 has Miku, 3 has Miku, and 5 has Miku. I know, even though I haven't played 5, I know that. Small music box. Oh. What am I missing? Yeah, I just wish, I don't know. I don't understand, like, Fatal Frames never had massive sales. I'm sure Fatal Frame 2 did pretty well, but obviously 5 is on the Wii U, so nothing sold well on the Wii U, I suppose, but this game, guess people are just too scared to play horror games. This is where I live. Did I really live here? I can't remember anything. This is my diary? Since coming to the hospital, I feel a lot better. I made friends with a girl my age, and the nurses are really nice to me, but sometimes I get sad. Why do I have to wear a mask? Why am I the same as my father? When the doctor plays the music to me, I remember all the horrible things. I want to become better soon. For my mother, so I want to remember, but I'm scared. About the house, about the mask, about father. Father's back. Father turning around, and from here the writing becomes illegible. Waiting for this music box to do something here. Come on. Okay. Sound that tickles the edge of my memory. Does this music box still work? A single gear is missing, but how was it playing just now? Oh yeah, I do like a lot of Japanese horror. That's in Misaki's room. My arms. How do people play these things? It's Wii stuff. How do they do it? I'm gonna go save. Something in here. There, huh? 20. I wish more people were like interested in Fatal Frame or even knew about it. I think like I can't imagine too many people have this one on their watch list for Twitch or even know it exists. Outside of Japan, anyway. Death Waves? Well, no, I don't really watch too many movies anymore, but... How long is the speedrun for this, actually? Is it 3 hours? Probably not even easy. It's just like, probably pretty rough. I don't even know if I want to speedrun, maybe Fatal Frame 1, like, just like, I don't know if I kind of feel like if there's a game that could be ruined by speedrunning, it'd be Fatal Frame. At least for me, like, speedrunning Code Veronica doesn't ruin Code Veronica for me, but like, there's just something about taking in the atmosphere of these games that you kind of have to do. Wait, why'd I come back in here? I'm sure somebody's done it. I wonder if they let you do the English one. Maybe run it on the emulator to save a bit of time. Next time I play this, it might be on the emulator. Just to, like, I might do a marathon of Fatal Frame, but try to make them all as good looking as possible. Here. Damn you, Doctor. No! I What did I do? I keep missing the fatal frames, like I'm a little late on them. Alright, let's go save again before we use the gear. Why the hell would normal be 3 hours and New Game Plus be longer? Well, there could be another... Unless the guy who's good at it just doesn't bother with New Game Plus, which is possible. I don't know if you can skip cutscenes either. You can in the first 3. But I'm definitely not going to try this one. But I remember when I was testing it, I was trying to skip the opening scene and I couldn't. Think. Oh, so you can't move the... Is that how it works? You can't move... the... But it has to be one of these, like here or something. No? But if you can't... There we go. Just want to put this somewhere for now. Okay. I need all the gears were connected. Heard this summer. If I play it on the piano, I might remember something. Do it. Oh boy. This is the hard one. Or it's going to be, isn't it? The score seems like a song. A song like this must be. Are you kidding me? Okay, how did... Okay, there it goes. Wait, no. This happened last time. I couldn't get it to do what I wanted. Then when I did get it... On Wiimote. See, like, what the hell? Where are you going? I had trouble with this the other one. Same problem. There it goes. Good now? Oh god, this is hard. What did I miss? Ugh. Am I missing a key? Confused. Or is one of them pushed twice? Why do I have to turn this sideways to make it work right? Damn it. We lost the connection again or whatever. I don't know. There it goes. We... Maybe I am too close. That one is pushed twice. So hard. Oh no. Why? Hate you. No, come on. Somebody help. Ah, possible. What? No, I had it. Why is that one key, like, most of the dot is on the key I want and it's not counting? Showed it. Final boss. You can hear it. You push the same one twice. Okay, wait, if I watch the top... Look at that! I had it on the key. Do you see that? Like, how are you supposed to do this? Brutal. How to play piano. How did they do this? All the things and possible. That, oh, that was rough.
そうだ。この曲。そう、上手ね。ネイルか？もっと上手に弾けるようになったら。
Where is this place? I've been here before, I think. Ruka's diary. Today I played in the garden again, and because it's by the workshop, I heard a grinding noise. I thought it was Father, but it wasn't. I didn't get to see him after all. Father is always making masks. When Father doesn't stroke my head, I feel lonely. When he doesn't hug me, it's boring. I asked Mother when he'll be done working, but I didn't get an answer. Man, that piano during a speed run, though. Where am I? In my house? Are they sent her to the mental institution? Hours just because of piano. Rip run due to piano. Sayaka overlooking courtyard. Sayaka's diary. I saw Ruka standing in the moonlit garden. I don't know what she was holding. She just stood there with a blank expression, muttering. Ruka seems frightened whenever she sees herself in a mirror. Before she blooms, I must consult Dr. Haibara. If I don't hurry, it'll be too late to see a doctor. I think Ruka may have had this problem for some time. Someday, when Ruka's cured, I'll see her smile. He's put the mask on Ruka. Various masks were placed before the altar. Is this what caused Ruka to suffer from the disease? He's changed. The time he spends confined in his workshop increases daily. And every time he returns from the workshop, I feel as though he isn't telling me something. His eyes have fallen deeply into shadow, and there is an increasing sense of darkness, but the strange, brilliant glow in his eyes only increases with each day that passes. The color of irritation is visible in the words he speaks. Now, whatever he is pursuing, he won't talk to me about it. However, he is clearly, completely dedicated to it, even obsessed. What is he going to do? When I think about it, my faith in him wavers. When all this work is finished, will Sayori come back to me? Perhaps he'll never return. Such thoughts have flashed through my mind. He is so different from the Soya I knew. I have to keep Ruka away from him. Well, this is an off-brand one. I want to get a legit one because I've heard they're better. I don't know if that's playing a role. door is rotted and jammed, so it could be a closet that contains the futons, but I'm not sure what's in there. Girl watching moon. Expert moon watcher. Alright, Lagamitsu, have a good night. Well, I'm probably actually ending after this chapter. Because we're gonna be at the halfway point. Photo of my father. Hey, Jim. Bobber.
ルカ、また忘れて。
Of course I'm too high. And she's gone before I can do a second shot. Damn it. Small cherry key. Don't. The hell? Tomorrow is the day of the festival. I can see the mass dancing. I can't wait to go to the festival with everyone. Before I put on a mask, will I forget about everything again? This illness makes me lose my memories. I remember being sick, but the people who I can't meet anymore, the people who have died, my father, they all disappear. If I try to remember, I start feeling scared. But if I don't remember, my father will disappear. The father I can remember will die. I'm scared of remembering, but please don't disappear. This is... I don't think it's a very good mask. Day of the festival. I was kidnapped. It hurts to remember. That day when I was kidnapped, what did they do to me? How's all this noise? We have our own ritual festival. Stooping Patient's Ghost. Nurse's note. Stagnant air flows through this hospital. Hospital staff dying in accidents, inpatients disappearing mysteriously. The sorrowful presence here suddenly began. Ever since that day, the behavior of the patients has become increasingly strange. The doctors and nurses are being crushed by the dismal atmosphere. Even Tsubaki on the 3rd floor died. I have had to take charge of her duties there until new people can be hired. I had to take it over. There was no one else. I maintained contact with the patient that left the hospital, the child that was kidnapped and found safely. When the child's room was cleaned, I found her mother's diary. The mother and the child have left the island now. They won't be coming back to get it soon. All it held was painful memories of the place on the island where they grew up. They may come back someday. Until that time, it's important to keep it safe. There's standing in management. Ayaka's diary. Small cherry key. Open the diary using the key. Ruka, I'm sorry. I don't think that I can take it anymore. When I heard from the detective how you were found, everything I believed in collapsed with a noise. They say that the tunnel they found you in was connected to the elevator shaft in Haibara Hospital. I realized that putting you into that hospital and asking Dr. Haibara to cure you was nothing but a mistake. And when I heard what condition your clothes were in when you were found and what the tunnel was like, who would have thought that that person was involved? To imagine that that murder was really involved in all this. Then there really isn't any place that can offer us peace anymore. Mr. Kirishima said it was unresponsible to take me to the place where you were found. From the 1st floor, Rogetsu Hall, border crossing to Haibara Hospital. In the basement of Haibara Hospital, there's an elevator button that goes further down than the 1st floor. That's where you were, against the old tunnel wall where the hospital construction work was suspended, right under the moon reflection well. Only a thin light shines down to the dark of the well. The cold air from the place makes the body tremble uncontrollably. When I stood in that place, I could only cry. Back then, what happened to you? Why did your heart break? Your memories vanish. Dr. Katagari said that even if your memory doesn't return, you are fortunate to have survived. For now, we must try not to upset the balance of your barely maintained mental state. From now on, maybe it's not impossible for you to recover slowly and return to a normal life again, but you probably won't remember anything from before you lost your memory. What reason do you have to remember when it would only break your heart? Just maybe there's a chance that you may bloom. It will be hard to lose our irreplaceable memories, but we need to forget about the things of the past, what you remembered, what's happened to us. You should only look forward, holding hands tightly. From now on, only remember the good things. Don't remember bad things. where do we go now? Well, we want to go to that hospital, right? Maybe the 4th? They need a key for the 4th floor. Do I have it? I don't think there's any reason to go over here. But I might as well check up here before... I don't know. Leaving this floor. That was a thing. Yeah. Didn't think there was any reason to be there. Uh-oh. She's here to kill the frame rate. I don't have anything to watch, do I? There are fatal frames. I'm actually not sure where I'm going. I know... Maybe we're supposed to just... I'm not sure. Go out the front door, maybe? Gotta go to the hospital. Doesn't sound right, but what do I know? There's also that other underground... The mask scared the fail out of you? We don't get to leave. So, okay, we got... I don't know. Just swearing you're gonna say fail? Alright. Okay, we've never been here, I guess? Well, we got here with someone. Yeah, this is outside. Is outside where I need to go? This other door, I can check this other door real quick. I don't know what it is. Nope. Doors. Oh, alright. There we go. This is where we need to go. We just have to figure out how to get in. Hole in the floor. That is... underground. Basement, yeah. I bought Alone in the Dark New Nightmare because it was $2. And it's supposed to be a pretty good game. Maybe I'll get around to it sometime. Yeah, it's not a bad game. That was like the first revival of Alone in the Dark, I think, and that was it was good, but then Almost aimed too high. Long iron key. Back up. Alright. Jesus. Duty nurse. What do you want? Jeez. That was rude. Duty nurse note. There's no change today. She's still unconscious, sleeping. I'm afraid. Is she still alive in this state? I looked at her cardiovascular and EEG data, which were on the doctor's desk. I don't know what she was holding, but if you look at the little things in the numerical data, she may well not be. Sometimes I can't help feeling like her eyes opened. In my mind, I know I know it will be a blessing if this patient recovers. Even so, my heart trembles with uneasiness. When she opens her eyes and opens that door, I know the world will collapse. I think Overkill was in all the Fatal Frames. The door has opened. I don't know if it was in the first one. I was pretty sure Overkill was in the second one for sure. It's just a way to get more points. Oh wait, we don't want to go in here. The first one doesn't have as much... Like, the Fatal Frames are hard. I have to play the first one again, though, because... Not right now, not now, but, like... At some point I'll definitely be playing it again, because I played it with, like... invisible ghosts and stuff, because I was using the emulator wrong. Apparently you can get it to work on the emulator. Next time I probably will be using emulators because I want to make these games look as good as possible, but it'll probably be a few months or next year sometime, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, you're an enemy. Who are these guys anyway? Why is everywhere under alert? Know who they were. The rando ghosts, I guess. Oh, we're in the hospital. Now, if I remember right. I think we can't just use this elevator. I think we go... Or it is here. An old elevator. Girl in elevator. There it is. Per se. The mannequin. What do I need? And neither of these doors open. Maybe we can go the other way. Oh. Well, what is this? Super basement. Is that a door? What is it?
ここはこの匂い、ずっと時が止まっているような。あ、私ここにいたことがある。なんだろう、ずっとここにいたかったような甘い感覚、自分が溶けていくような。
Melt. Damn.